Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. It's 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time, 17th of March, 2026. Chilly morning this morning. It's 2C. It's about 45 or something like that, mid 40s, and if you're an F person. Yeah. Seems like everything's working okay, so that's good. The stream is trickling down the hill here, it looks like. So I am, as I said, this is my virtual trading journal. The concept here is, because I don't multitask well, all of the things that I'm watching as far as video for charting is available and captured by the video in the stream, and then my voiceover adds the context of what I was thinking at the moment to the stream. It seems to work out pretty well so far. Let's see here. Is everything going? Yeah, yesterday was kind of a hiccup. That's why I'm busy looking around here. So there's it's kind of a mixed, I don't know what I should say, mixed message or mixed bag, but I'm not licensed. I don't have any intention of providing trade or financial advice because I'm not licensed to do that. And that's not the purpose of the stream. But as I said, it is my virtual trading journal. And as a result, I trade live here on Bookmap with my live funded AMP account funded by me. So when I'm anticipating a setup or a trade, or I initiate a trade and I manage the trade, that's all live and it's all with real money, my money. But again, it's not financial advice, or I'm not suggesting that anyone else take those trades or do what I do, or, not. This is my journal and I share it openly, hoping that I can get some positive feedback for my own benefit, and also if it may help someone else. That's the bottom line here. Now, notice that I share my screens, my monitors, not just the application. So at the bottom here, you have all any program that I have running, including the computer clock in hours, minutes, seconds, and the date, which ties back to both Bookmap and IRT. The purpose of the stream being so long every day is that I have a commitment to take no trades off of the stream. And therefore, I start the pre-market every trading day at 8 o'clock, as now, and then it goes live and continuous through 1500, which is the cash close. So there you go. Okay, let's move on here to the numbers, which are the typical. I don't script any of this, but I try to keep a similar cadence, just for familiarity and so I don't forget something that's important. The numbers here, I use two separate news sources typically, and the first is investing.com. Let me say that they're both free, as you can tell by the ads floating all over the place here. And you can filter both of these for wherever you are in the world, whatever reports or countries you're interested in, you can filter that. Let me see. I filtered. Anyway, the first is investing.com, and it's my oldest go-to. I like several reasons. I like the format for screen capture and posting into Discord or somewhere. It focuses on economic calendar events, traditional, PMI, GDP, non-farm payroll, Fed meetings and interest rates, that kind of thing, that are traditional. They've been scheduled for a long time. Everybody knows about them. And they are traditional economic reports that do have a potential risk to our market and our auction. notice that the event title here turns to a URL. So if you don't know what the ADP Employment Change Weekly Report is, you can click that and find out all about it. That's a good thing. They have earnings reports, and we are still doing some earnings reporting at this moment. And they have, you can go tomorrow, see what reports are out for as far as you want to go out, actually. And I appreciate all of that stuff. Now, the second source that I use is Financial Juice. And there's a couple reasons for that. Number one, it's kind of got a docket feature over here as we had on the investing.com. But you'll notice there's all this stuff here, all Trump, NVIDIA, Trump, something to do with Trump, Shamrock Bowl presentation. I guess must be St. Patrick's Day coming up, I guess. You will never see these kind of things pulled into investing.com. But I really appreciate Financial Juice picking these up and pulling them into the schedule, because these traditionally we didn't pay much attention. But in this current administration particularly, these kinds of things can have a real impact on our auction. And as traders today, we're not really traders. We are more importantly risk managers. Your goal as a trader, your primary goal as a trader, is to preserve your account. Think about it. And the way you preserve your account is risk management. So and the way that you manage risk or have a risk management plan is to first and foremost identify any potential risks to that plan or to your account. And these things are definitely risks. I'm not making any political comment, but I'm very definitely any offhand comment or something can have a huge impact on our auction, and therefore I appreciate that. On the right side over here is more of a squawk box feel. So, they kind of throw things in as it goes along, and that's also nice. Okay, let's get on to the pre-market now. Enough of that. So here we are. This is IRT, Investor RT. First and foremost with IRT, this is my charting basic package. All the header of all the charts have the chart name, meaningless to you, the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you can always see exactly what you're looking at in case you don't get it. There's also a watermark back here, but maybe it's hard to see. And I keep a real simple approach. This is the MES, the MNQ. This is the MES higher time frame or micro composite chart. And this is the ES, the mini market profile. A quote page. I track the same setup for the minis as I do for the micros, but I'm trading the micros at this point. So that's what I have selected here now. These are Renko charts. This is the yesterday's RTH session, and this is the overnight session so far. All of a sudden, something got into them down here, and they've been trading it up for the last hour or so, a couple hours since about 1. I guess London kicked in, and there they go. Let's start with the micro composite chart, which is my higher time frame over here. This is real simple. Once again, daily candlesticks, RTH session. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. And when I do that, it generates a micro composite VPOC. It generates these high and low volume nodes, which are the red and green indications over here. These high and low volume nodes push automatically to Bookmap, as do the session prices. Bookmap. I'm assuming you're familiar with Bookmap, but it is a heat map chart over here and then columns that I've selected on this side. So from the right, we have the dome or the order book or the price ladder or whatever you want to call it. Prices and resting liquidity, limit orders, not trades, limit orders. Here's the micro composite column where I enter these values manually, points of interest to me. And these are the high and low volume nodes which push automatically from IRT to Bookmap. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue today through 1600. This is not the ETH, this is the full session or the Globex. And these are the RTH volume profile and delta that are supposed to be, will supposedly automatically reset at 8:30 this morning, which is the open of the RTH session, and it's been giving me some trouble lately, so we'll see what happens. This is my statistics column, which is real important to me. These are the statistical opening type and the probability of the relative prices being revisited. These are the session prices pushed from IRT. So, real simple approach to trading. Only price levels, volume, and probabilities. No indicators. There is a POC for the RTH and the overnight. POC, nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, period. 4,600 is where we've traded about 56.94. And the minute one of these other prices is 56.95, this yellow line is going to move there. That's all. It plots a yellow line, yes, to show the continuous relationship. There's a RTH VWAP and a Globex VWAP and an RTH mid, and that's it. There are a couple other lines that are levels that I track, which are the initial balance high and the initial balance low. Because of the statistic associated with them, and they can be confusing to some people apparently, because I assume it's the naming, because it's a market profile thing. All these two levels actually represent are the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. Nothing more. Now, let's figure out the statistical open type for today. Yesterday, we opened higher out of range. And it's real simple to do. There's only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that open price compare to the previous RTH close, which is way down below us? It's underneath here, one of these others. We're higher than the close. How would that compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the previous RTH high, and there's the previous RTH low. So it is still in range, but just barely. So it's higher in range instead of higher out of range. Estimate. That's what I'm estimating today. First thing I do is change the column title to the estimated, or what I believe will be the open type. And the reason I do that is because when I look at a screen snap or the recording, I can tell immediately the relationship without, having to do all the data and figure it out. And next, we're going to delete yesterday's statistics, and then we'll put in today's. Simple. And how do we figure today's? Well, that's pretty easy also. That happens in IRT on the statistics study, and that's right here. Now, IRT will conveniently highlight the correct open type after we open. Coincidentally, it's the same. So higher in range. The way this study works is like everything else I do, real simple. It looks back at 1,697 days, most recent 1,697 trading days. Of those days, we opened higher in range 525 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, we revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.6% of the time. So the overnight volume point of control is right there, and it's 80.6. I'm going to step away for 1 second. All right. And the next one is the overnight mid, which is 74.7. And that's near somewhere right there, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. 74.7. And I'm just going to go down the list here. The overnight high is 74.7 again. Yeah, that's pretty weird. I'm wondering if this is valid. I'm going to do the overnight. There we go. IB high 67.8. And I put those initials because, remember the definition, the minute we open, this is going to be up above price and the low will be up below price. So they will not be where they are now. And I want to know what level those values represent. Now they're going to try to open it higher outer range. So I'm going to stand by with these statistics until I figure out what these clowns are up to. These will be changing now. Because we're depending on where we open. So I'm going to stand by at this point and, not enter all these values and then have to turn around and do it all again. If you get the idea. That's pretty weird. Okay, let's see now. The next thing I need to do, which I do every day, excuse me, I'm having all kinds of issues here. I guess because it's cold. Is the TLab snap. And you will probably ask yourself, what is that? And I'll tell you as soon as I get through doing it, because as I said, I don't multitask worth a damn. So there we go. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named, well, it's obviously bookmap, but it's led and run by a guy named Tom B, who is a professional trader with like 46 years experience or more. He says he started trading around 1980. Apparently, by all appearances, very successful. I spent quite a bit of time in there early on here, in the last few years. And what Tom says resonates well with me. And I like his philosophies about risk management and, vetting, only taking vetted trades and stuff like that. Also, there's a really good crew of people in there. Some of which are in static and some of which are here. Now, I have to say at the outset that I have no proof that Tom is a successful trader or that he even trades live, because he doesn't post his account or any of that stuff. He doesn't trade live in the TLab, nor does he call trades in the TLab. So, I have to be honest. I don't know that, but I assume so from the general feeling that I get from there. Now, I was active there previously. I'm not so much anymore, but every morning I make a couple posts in there, the reports early around 6, and then this chart, which I developed for the TLab long ago, to give anyone in there kind of all the numbers that they may want or need that don't have the same kind of charting stuff. Tom, he also, another thing that's familiar is a lot of the people there use IRT, which is what this is, and of course it's bookmap. So the thing I will say is that there's a good crew of people in there. Don't believe anything you hear unless you vet it for yourself, and that you will never be solicited for anything in the Traders Lab. So there's my daily tip my hat to Tom in the Traders Lab. Okay, let's get on to the more pertinent stuff. Why this is happening, who knows? I'm so sick of what appears to me to be irrational behavior around, pretty much of a geopolitical disaster. This is kind of crazy to me, but what are you going to do? And it looks like everything else is okay. So, good for me. Great. Okay, let's get on to now. I'm going to need to change all of these things because at this moment, all indications are we're going to open higher out of range, eh? So the first thing I'm going to do is change this to outer range because that's where we're going to be. I'll come back and redo these values once we open because obviously they're changing now. And this is not by any stretch cheating. This is just, I want to have accurate data because remember, this is a permanent record, my stream here. So You know, whatever you want to call it, it's the way it is. All right, so according to this, then, overnight volume point of control is 77.4. Okay, so let's get back over here and change this to 77.4. And let's look at the biggies, which are overnight high and overnight low. 75. Get rid of that. Nah. Whoa, overnight high. Ooh, overnight mid 66.7. That was right up here now, wasn't it? Yep. Is that what it was? No, 66.7. Ooh. And this is just, you know, this is just arbitrary, isn't it? Let me see what that IB high was. I want to know that IB high is 66.3. Again, for the record, previous high, 65.7. And let's see where they go. Now, if they're going to turn around and come back in range, I'm going to be pissed. You know what I mean? But I don't have any clue why they're doing this, and I'm sure they don't either. Nothing has happened in the world that's what I'm pretty sure this is all about, frankly, is nothing more than a squeeze. They're squeezing some shorts from yesterday. Remember, we have essentially three tops over here, right? Pretty much equal. And right up here, they're trading at the top. They've just come off the top of yesterday's doji. So what are they going to do? Squeeze them? I don't know. I don't know. But we're going to open in 2 minutes. So I will get ready to bitch and moan about the fact that my volume profile didn't reset on time. Let's think positive that it's going to today. The reason I care about that, first of all, from looks and for the general, you know, come on, I paid for it, let's have it work, is the POCs and all those other things are based on that. They start calculating based on that volume profile. So that's, you know, it's important. I also have been having trouble with the VWAP resetting properly at 8:30. Why that all this is happening, I don't know. I don't use beta versions. I use production. We'll see. We will see what we will see. About 30 seconds, we're supposed to open this thing. I don't know what this little... Remember that we're still basically in rollover, So there could be a lot of position adjustments and things going on. It's kind of a spooky time to be trading, to be honest with you. I know some old floor traders that wouldn't trade rollover week after, you know, well, one guy that I had learned basic market profile from had been a bond trader, a local. He said he and other friends of his would never trade rollover. because it was too goofy. So there's supposedly the open. You'll see that nobody reset on time. They don't want to do it now either. Son of a bitch. Oh, that's frustrating. Real frustrating. A bunch of data coming down the pipe, and that should have nothing to do with IRT. There we go. Now that's what it was supposed to have done, and it's 42 seconds late. God damn, that's irritating. Sorry, excuse my language. Not that I know of. Morning, Antonio. Morning, Anton. Yeah, it's just, I'm busy bitching about the usual volume profile resetting. But yeah, all I can figure is London's trying to put a squeeze on him. That's all I can see. There's absolutely nothing good happening. I mean, Trump is busy celebrating St. Patrick's Day. Essentially, that's all I see in the news. So, but that's going to start early. So it's starting at 10 or something. So be careful. Yeah, here we are. Basically, three birds. The tops are pretty much all aligned the last 3 days, and here they are just poked above it now on a doji. Whether they're going to come zooming back down or not, who the hell knows? Who the hell knows? I'm so disappointed about that. Man, that's irritating. God. All right. Anyway, I'll get over here and reset my stuff. Antonio, I hope everything is going good with your trading there. You got your feet back on the ground and are building that castle. Go damn. IRT doesn't want to be nice today either. Remember, it's still rollover, essentially, so there could be goofiness afoot about that I'm not aware of, repositioning or who the hell knows what. This IRT's busy choking over here about every 10 minutes. Pretty sick of that, too. So I've reset my charts to RTH session only to align all the usual suspects. And let's see how this thing shakes out. Oh, okay. Well, just remember, mind your risk. I mean, isn't that the most basic thing that you got to remember? And it is, of course. We're not traders really in this environment, I don't think, as much as we are risk managers. So. My monitors are discombobulated. Look at this crap. Well, anyway. Okay, this looks like it's a little discombobulated over here. It's cold, man. It's 2 degrees here this morning. Yeah, I'm busy just wondering what they're up to. Let's see. There was that big spike last night on NVIDIA. I guess you guys saw that. That's what that big thing was at about 1410. Here is, all kind of meeting with Irish PM, friends at Ireland luncheon, and at Shamrock Bowl presentation. So I guess it's all St. Patrick's Day must be coming, I guess. I don't know. Beats the hell out of me. Something really important like that. And we got no news today. Now, tomorrow's going to be a big news day, boys. We got CPI and Fed rate decision. And so as far as my trading goes, tomorrow the interest rates are going to go up. The day rate margin, not interest rates. The margin rates are going to go up and remain there until after the Fed rate decision. So I'll be mindful of that. Okay. What are they up to now? Yeah, here we go. Oh boy. Well, they're going to close, or I guess, no, really, they've jumped right over that. I think my stuff's off. It seems to me like my numbers are off. I don't know if I got the roll wrong or what the hell has happened. But if I look over here, there's the gap high from the 11th, which would be this low right here. Had not been closed, and then they just basically closing it off over here. So I've got something's wrong on my stuff. I don't know what. I guess I don't know. Anyway, the low is a 67.99 half. Huh. I don't know what's going on here. But I'm not liking it much. That's for damn sure. And where was the gap low then? Would be 67.8175. 11 to 13. Something's wrong. These values that I corrected for the somehow that didn't work. My roll increase didn't work apparently. Or something. I don't know. God damn it. Sorry. It's pretty simple, It's pretty simple process. 67.8175. Ooh, 781.75. Well, we'll see if that works. The way I roll these is real. I mean, this works forever. You just export this column to, and it comes off as CSV file, and then I take the difference between settlement on the old contract, settlement on the new contract, which in this case was 49.75, 49.75, and you add that amount to these numbers, and then you re-import this, and boom, they typically all line up. But I guess I guess it didn't work according to plan there, or something. Yesterday was goofy, and now we're opening out of range. Not much of a really I didn't do my stuff here right either. So we had a teensy weensy. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I guess I should. I was gonna say I'm not gonna bother putting in a gap and then marking it closed, but I guess for the point of the stream, I should. it's only one tick. That's ridiculous. I'm not going to do that. That's ridiculous. Here was the gap high or gap low, and here's the gap high. I mean, come on. I'm not going to bother with that at this point. But there was a teensy weensy gap on that open. Oh, that's nice. ATAS. I was looking at it again last night, the pricing and that kind of stuff. I was thinking about downloading it to this machine and then, doing the demo-y thing or whatever to see what it looks like. We'll see. We will see. Right now, I'm just in the hold here. In the hold because it's cold. What's the temp over in Boca there, Anton? How about Portugal? I bet you're both warmer than I am. Look at us go. Yeah, boy. Isn't this excited? And they got the gap high there. They have closed that gap from the 11th. So good for them. I'm sure it's just my maybe negative outlook or whatever, but I keep having the opinion that this thing is just going to fall out of bed, it seems to me. But who the hell knows? So, freaking disappointed about this thing. Okay, let's do a couple of other things here, which I haven't done yet. And that would be get Blue Boy to work, that lazy dog. And I have not, for the sake of the stream here, I have not enabled the book map to trade yet. Oh, kiss my butt. 18, look at you, Mr. Fancy Boy. Good for you, yeah. Always nice down there, or typically always nice down there. So here we go. Blue Boy's on the job. In order to trade with Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel, which is right here, and select a method you'll use to interact with the application to trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the active chart column or active data column. Notice how the mouse pointer is a $, and over here it's an arrow. $, arrow. And let me stress, this is a real dangerous column right here. If you inadvertently click over here for any reason, like you're trying to put Blue Boy on too quick, or move a target, or you want to change the price scaling and you get a little bit sloppy, you've got a trade or an order on that you may not have planned on. Yes, that's the voice of experience talking. The second option is the dome, which are these dome columns, much more safe. Are you going to make a mistake over here, I guess? And then there's both, which is typically what I use, and I'll explain why. I believe that with this application, Bookmap, it's more accurate and fast to trade with your mouse in the active data column. That's why I'm trying to do that. But before we get there, I need to, first of all, if you have activated the statistics, You need to make sure it's looking at the right thing for you. And then I use multi-brackets. This is where the risk-neutral methodologies applied to my trading. The smallest risk-neutral package size is 2 lots because it needs to be an even number. 2 lots. And then you put a stop for the entire package. Now is not the time to be figuring out what your stop ought to be. This should have been done long ago in the, homework hours. My suggestion, the first requirement should be your account risk parameters. If you're trading a prop thing or something, they probably have a daily loss limit. All those things are important. What's the volatility of the instrument you're trading? All that kind of stuff. Once you've established these 2 values, then the first risk neutral scale, T1 profit target, is automatic. It's for half of the package, and it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative on the package. Then the second or the remaining contracts are set up as runners, and you can have them be many of them as you want. However, whatever, size you're trading. Once that's done, you can also, if you choose to, you can use Execution Pro down here and do trailing orders or, scale to break even or trail to break even or whatever you want to do. And then I close that off. Now I've selected the risk neutral package or the, multi-brackets. So I don't need any of these other tools in the trade control panel. I have all the metrics up here across the top. And you can turn these off or on. You don't have to have this up here at all, but I like it. So I can re-click the button. It stays green because we've selected both, in my case now. I have the metrics, I have cancel, I have close, and I have my real estate back. So now if I wanted to enter a trade with Bookmap, I could do so. And there you go. That big bump last night at 1410 was pretty weird. Crazy, That NVIDIA guy, Hong, whatever his name is, comes out and says something and the market flies. They must be having a contest, but see who can pop the market the most. Well, look at us go. Aren't we excited? So there we are. Let's see. We're open, aren't we? And let's check how that thing's working out. So this is IRT, obviously, and this is where I code up and backtest different ideas that I'm going to develop as a vetted trade. That's the plan. Currently, I'm doing this thing. Now, I want to be real sure I stress for the purpose of the stream, anything that's being traded here in IRT is in the IRT simulated environment. Because my coding skills I'm not confident enough to make the step from backtesting, which I have no problem, to live trading. In other words, having this thing send trades to my live AMP account. I'm not confident with that and the way you do those steps. And right now there's not a lot of, I'm working on that. Anyway, so at the moment I'm watching this particular setup is being sent over here to the chart, I think. Yep, right there. And we'll see if it takes a trade. Yesterday it took 76 ticks. Where's one? There you go. Oh, no, come on. yesterday, this particular thing took, it's real simple. These are just based on the opening range, 72 ticks. Yeah, it's just stuff that I'm finding and trying to vet whether they're really valuable or so much BS on everywhere you look, you know. I don't do social media kind of things like Facebook and that kind of thing, or X for sure. But I do cruise through YouTube, you know, listening to stuff to fall asleep. Typically Richard Feynman, but anyway. This is real simple. It's a this will be kind of a crazy one because the range, this is based on the 15 or 5-minute opening range. That's what these two lines are. And then it does if the bar opens inside and closes outside, it gets this breakout thing. Once that's happened, if we come down and wick into the opening range, open above, and let's say it's a long trade. If we open above, wick into the range, and close above the opening high, then that would be a trigger to go long, which is exactly what, come on, exactly what happened right here. There's the breakout, open high, wick in, close above, goes long, Bob's your uncle. I mean, yeah, simple works really well. Simple works really well for me. So that's, and again, within the simulated environment. What I have done with the initial balance trades, which both and excuse me, Anthony and Anton know, is that when I have one of those signal here, then I manually replicate that trade in Bookmap, and it's as inefficient as it sounds. But again, there's a big difference between the backtesting and actually sending trades programmatically from IRT, because there's that whole line of communication where the trade's sent to the broker, i.e. the data provider, you know, the market, and then it has to wait for confirmation the market that the order was received, and then confirmation that the order was executed, and at what price and at what time, and it sends it back to book into IRT, and then it updates whatever you can imagine. So when you're doing that with two targets and stops, there's a lot of back and forth. Now this thing has taken a trade while I'm jabbering over here. It's taken a trade long right there. That's the criteria. Let me see if I can do this and not screw everything up here. There you go. That's taken the criteria along, and who knows? Now, this is strictly simulated, and I'm testing these out in the live market for just curiosity. But what I do is backtest them away from the live market, you know, through my study period, homework period, in the evenings and in the morning when I wake up. Now, this is a humongous range, right? 83 to 02. So that's pretty healthy range, 20 handles. And the way this particular trade setup is, on the entry, stop is set mid-range. So it stops way down here. Well, I think I can actually, hold on. Let me see if I can do this for you. Yeah, let's put the stop in there, and let's put the T1 over here, and let's go, boom. There you go. So T1's up there. There's the stop. Well, that's ridiculous, right? And that's way more stop than I would put, and that's not, in my opinion, good risk management. So I would, if it were a manual trade, I would pull this up to this, obvious failure point at least to reduce that risk. And one of the things I was working on just before we opened was the trailing stop, so that once T1 is achieved, then it trails to entry. But, there you go. That's how it works. Just as simple. The KISS principle is my guiding light here. So we'll see how it works. And this is how it plots. So there you go. And that would be T1. Oh, we'll see. And let's get back to the business at hand here. the real world. Well, the girls are still real happy about being over the moon up here for whatever reason. I guess maybe they're all Irish. And it's St. Patrick's Day must be coming up, I guess. That's one I never pay any attention to for sure. I have yeah, I've got a lot of points of interest. Okay. I was thinking of a POC there for a second. Yeah, that's, we had I don't know. I don't pay any attention to overnight singles either, but there was one. I don't know what to think either. Here, I don't even have the damn day right. Here we are today. Got a big string of nothing along here in the overnight stuff. Short covering. Yep, no question about it. Oh, did that reset on time as it's supposed to? No. God damn. Now the VWAP's not resetting as it's supposed to do. Man, this is really getting frustrating. And I don't know why not. That's even more troubling. Stuff works forever, and then all of a sudden it doesn't. It's just the weirdest thing. I set it up to session VWAP time. I've got the session VWAP time set correctly. It's worked forever, and then all of a sudden it doesn't. I don't know what to do or think or something. And now it'll calculate all of that noise, and then I'll get a VWAP, which will line up correctly up here. Maybe it's one of those cases where you got to be smarter than the program, huh? Freaking cold in here, Mr. Brigglesworth. Well, you can tell I've wussed out living in the warm climates. It's 67 in the house right now, and I'm standing here wishing it was warmer. 67 was a summer day when I grew up. A warm summer day. Well, that's a fast 30 minutes. Huh? What's happening over here in Testy Westy time? Well, didn't get T1, didn't get T2. Taking some heat. Simulated, of course. So, you know, I'm not choking. Got my OBS functioning back as normal, apparently. Let's see what kind of noise I can make. There we go. So what's going on? Well, we've got 10 o'clock. Trump meeting with Irish PM. Well, you can read for yourself. Tomorrow's going to be the big one. FOMC and I thought there was a PMI. Yeah, PPI and CPI, I think. There are four events or news items that AMP at least, and I think at the suggestion of the CME, raises the interest rate or the margin rates way up, and that's to typically to 25% of margin of maintenance, and that starts the amazing part of this for the stream. That starts at 1700 tonight, the open of the ETH session. So instead of $400 to trade a mini, it's 6,000. Close. And in the case of those events are, I always make sure CPI, PPI, non-farm payroll, and FOMC minutes. Well, we're getting 2 of those tomorrow. Maybe 3. I was thinking CPI was tomorrow too, but I got to look and see. Here we're going to get stopped out pretty quick over here on that clever boy with this opening thing. Oh, baby. Oh, talk about sweating bullets now. I'm not, but you know, I would be if that was money. Money on the line. Well, I'll throw my VWAP standard deviation bands on here. I'm thinking that's pretty interesting to watch. This is a suggestion from Anton. One of the problems that I have here is that I can't adjust the colors or the widths. It only follows the lead, so sorry for that. The theory of standard deviations, of course, is mean reversion. You brave boy, trading at ETH. Well, it looks like things are pretty much working okay. I'll put my price lines on there to just kind of flutter things up a little bit. So these are the just the price lines to do with the levels, and when the opening range trade initial balance trade becomes active, which of course is 930, then those zones will push across over here for my trading enjoyment. And that reminds me, I probably better set this thing up. Okay, first of all, we don't want to see the opening range. Get this down here. They're all, somebody put crack in the water cooler, so everybody's ripping and snorting over here. Let's look at the data manager and the trading system. And the, it's all, I've got to change this. Look, embarrassing, all these iterations here. Okay. These are the opening range trade rules that I've come up with. And what I'm going to do now is push this, send this to the chart. Same story, simulated environment. This chart has nothing to do with the rules other than the lines and levels are accurate per the rules. These are just custom indicators I built so that I can visualize if this is happening when and where I think it ought to. And I don't want to have those visible because it just draws lines all over every place. There we go. At 9:30, these levels and their respective titles will show up over here, and then these will push across to bookmap. Well, here we are, boys. I don't know if have you vetted or have like a specific setup that you work, Antonio? One of the I'm just throwing it out there, but one of the things that used to and sometimes still does happen is if I don't have a focus, that's why I try to keep focused on this initial balance trade thing. If I start looking all over the board at trades, then I find myself just, you know, I don't know whether I'm foot or horseback with what I'm thinking about or doing or looking for or whatever else. And this, another, whatever you're looking at, whatever that might be, the bar trade seems to be a pretty successful thing to develop. Anton watches it a lot. The guys in Static do, including Rod. But I have no clue how I could ever code that into a way to backtest it, so it's frustrating. Just airing it out there. Big trade. Now, when Anton talks about the big trades, he uses ATAS software, which is interesting looking. You can Google that as an alternative to IRT. And it has an indicator or something there that indicates where large trades have been executed. Not like the large lot tracker in Bookmap. I looked again, by the way, both last night about the large lot tracker and that kind of thing. It doesn't have anything to do with trades. It's just where somebody put in a big order. Well, I can see where the big shit's sitting over here, you know. I mean, that's pretty easy. I don't need that. But that sounded like a good idea. I guess maybe you could generate something off time and sales. I don't know. Oops, sorry, I was on the wrong screen. Make sure that nothing's going on here. What the hell is this? Using values computed by Bookmap is too risky. What the hell? Adapter doesn't provide the position info. Using values computed by bookmap is too risky. What the hell is that? All I did was click cancel and clear just to make sure there's no... The old guy clicked in the wrong column trades lurking around here. Jesus Christ. I don't think I've seen that thing before. I mean, it does do, that's where Bookmap presents pop-ups, stuff like order canceled or whatever else, or if there's an error, but I don't think I saw that one before. So please. Well, I would bet that Mr. Testy Boy's stopped out. Let's see, where's that? Oh, wrong one. Not quite, but oh yeah, definitely stopped out right there. So that's 30 ticks loss on this opening, whatever. There's another one that's a fade, and there's all kinds of different ideas. I'm just trying to come up with some simple thing that I can, relatively simple thing that I can code and more importantly, that I can vet. So that's over with. Yeah. I have this to only do one trade a day, too, by the way. So, what, Lucky? Boy, you're running all over the place. What's out there, buddy? Are there birdies out there? You better go see. Lucky's protecting the house. There must be a or bear or somebody, one of the outside cats is around. Let's see now. I'm going to take that off of here so it doesn't be busy flipping up resources. There we go. Boom. Close over here. Save. And close. Okay, now let's look at what's happening in initial balance world here before too long. Wow, here they go. Well, we didn't mean it. We really didn't mean it that we were excited. This is more in line with my expectations. Well, there's a hairpin turn down there at 2 standard deviations. Almost to the IB high. Yeah, I guess maybe they were to the IB high. Pretty close. Look at it go now. Sorry, wrong screen. Mid flip. Everybody's doing the mid flip. Ah, son of a bitch. Wrong keyboard. Oh, it's warming up. We got a heat wave. It's 7 now. I suppose there's some significant meaning to a couple of dojis or something. Mid flip. What the hell is mid flip? I guess. Here or here. Well, I guess you could say this is qualifying for a bar grade setup here. Definitely got some consolidation going on around this fractal or whatever you want to call that. I'm not sure what to think about that. And it falls out a bit. Still got the damn lag going on with IRT. What is up with that? I'm gonna nuke it. Irritating. Well, 2 minutes and it's IB time. So for the wider audience here, or the record, I should say, the initial balance, the initial balance trade, which I've vetted, is based on 3 rules. The first of which is the initial balance statistic that happens every day. And that statistic is right here. It is the most probable statistic to achieve in each of the 4 opening types, and here we are today in the higher out of range. 97.6% of the time, this either the IB high or the IB low will be revisited by price at some point in today's RTH session between 9:30 Central Time and 1600 Central Time. Pretty wide gap there. But it is the most likely probability in all 4 open types, always, every day. Go back as far as you want or whatever. So that's the first rule in my setup, and that's the initial balance statistic, which is so widely known by everybody for years because it comes out of market profile. So there you go. And what I've done is then, now you see these have just activated. They are all, now it's 9:30. So these levels and lines will start plotting here and they'll push across the book map. And the first statistic that I have, or the first rule that I use, and I'm not very imaginative in naming, so I call it A. And guess what? No, the second rule is B. And then the trigger is the third rule. And that's how I do it. A little more requirement on the statistic besides just exceeding the level or revisiting the level, but I'll talk about that if and when it happens. So there we go. So the 930 stat is ready to rip. 6798 on the POC. Mm-hmm. Okay. Are you looking at the correlation between those levels and the standard deviations when compared to these? Oh, I forgot I could be doing the video stuff here. These levels here with these fractals. Is that the thinking? So here we go. Just to get this on the record in advance, for the initial balance stat or the A signal with regard to this system, rather than just come down and tag out the IB low or high as the old-fashioned original statistic does, I added a little more granularity to it, which may or may not be right. Huh? This is the way to figure out statistics. a statistically vetted system, I want to have the market moving in the direction rather than coming back up. For example, if it were to take the initial balance, well, let's use this example, the initial balance high. I want the open to be below the initial balance high and the high or to be above the initial balance high for the signal bar. And for the bar previous to the signal bar, I want the open lower than the high. So in other words, the market is trading up into the statistic, or the other way around for the low. That's just to get that on the record ahead of the signal if we have it for and here you are coming to your O2s up here. Well, it changed now, 98s. Well, Rod and everybody are trading the mean reversion from the previous high. Down here on the static side of life. Let's see, I can probably do it. I gotta get that mouse fixed too, by the way. So this is Rod's entry, stop, targets up above. Hey, Panda. Hi, baby Panda. What are you doing? Is it freezing cold outside and you don't know what to do next? You want to come over? Yeah, I have a hard time doing anything from the POC out myself. I was curious which direction you jumped. Guess you're gonna come back in Rod's basement. Maybe. We're going to get a VPOC migration down to that 47 or 90 level here pretty quick. It looks like it's only got a couple contracts to go. They're banging all over that open, huh? That's obviously the gap high, but I'm not gonna, it's 2 points for Christ's sake. I'm not gonna bother putting the level or the flags over here in the MC and then taking them back off again. That's pretty dumb. I think a little pedantic. They're gonna bring her down now, I guess. Well, nothing to watch for on the initial balance trade side of life. So they got about a 30-point range going on here, eh? Not exactly. And I don't think, well, unless some random who knows what shows up on the horizon out there as far as news. And it could well be a case of they're just in a tight hole until tomorrow. A couple of big numbers out in the interest rate. FOMC. And yesterday was basically retail soup, and today's getting off to a similar start, I guess. Pretty much a retail soup. Rod and it looks like Lefty thought that previous high to the IB high was a good idea. And I don't know about Lefty, but Rod doesn't scale. So he might have done something now, but originally not. And this bar trade setting up here is not interesting to me because of the POC, but maybe I've got to get over thinking like that. And of course, there's no, as far as my vetted stuff, there's no IB trade even remotely on the works here yet. And yesterday was a, excuse me, inside doji or whatever, doji, yeah. And, which is indecision, eh? Just below the POC. The MCVPOC. And what are we doing now? Something, anything? Jesus. So 10 o'clock is Trump meeting Irish PM. And 11:10 is Friends of Ireland luncheon. Not that that has anything to do with anything on the face of it, but there's always that opportunity for a a chance to say something. The Irish PM. The ITLIBF. The hell is he talking about? I don't know what that means. Exactly. Yeah, I don't know what there's no such, I don't know what an ITF trade is or whether it's a typo or what, but obviously it's not an IB failure because we're not anywhere near one, so I'm not sure what ITF means. Barry says, does ITF look like a short at developing VPOC, which is, of course, right here. ITF, I don't know, new one on me. And diddling in the middle and right on top of the VWAP and right on top of the mid, and I don't think that's got a lot of, and what do I know, but it doesn't look like a lot of future in it for me. And it is certainly not even remotely a vetted trade. It's kind of a breakout and retest if you got rid of all the POCs and stuff. There's the bar, and I guess you could call that a breakout and a retest. I don't know what ITF means. And as usual, just throwing one on, and it's scaled now, so would have been scaled now. But I try to hold the line. Pretty heavy traffic right here, for me. Yeah, well, it's working out for him. Whatever ITF is, I guess. coming up on 10 handles. So let's see what's going on else. Well, nothing in IB stuff, so never mind. Shut this thing off already because it was a magnanimous disaster. What do we got going on here, boys and girls? Let's see. Ooh, still real light volume for this time of day. Looking back over 20 days. I suppose this will come right after we've gotten into the new contract a bit. We're down to 2.5 points on the ATR, and blip, here we come down to this level right here. 1 minute chart. No lags, that's a good thing. Positive change every place, that's okay. Volume's good. Well, light, but okay. And here we are, down here again. Well, context is just a chop fest today so far. I wish there was a way I could change the color and lighten up the load on those standard deviation bands for the VWAP, but no such luck. I did start looking at just a basic chart over here with those bands. Also, yeah, look at him go. He's coming out like a gangbuster here now. Oh, yes, sirree. Look at them go. Well, good call on Harry's part, I guess. If they took it in whatever the hell the IBF is, I don't know. They're coming down to initial balance trade now. That's gonna actually may give a signal right here. My problem now is, and I'll say it up front, I'll be extremely hesitant to take a continuation trade because of the context. And I realize that adding a level of discretion to a vetted trade is really a bad thing to do. But I don't want to die of 1,000 cuts, you know, I'm tired of that. I suppose that in all, yeah, I don't know, never mind. I was gonna say, you know, this is typically where you could do an asymmetrical trade location. For mean reversion, right? So I just have a hard time doing that kind of thing if it seems like the market and price and context is all moving in one direction. You know, it's that pick the bottoms, pick the tops. Yes, you know. And of course, watch it zoom all the way back to the POC. You know what I mean? Asymmetrical trade location for the stream, of course, is that, you know, you go long down here and you can put a tick below, one tick below it, where you're obviously wrong. In this case, with it being so close to the initial balance low, that's another misgiving for me. I'm just gonna stand by and watch this mess. I don't like these kind of days. I don't like the retail soup story. And yeah, there we go. I should listen to myself, I guess, huh? And there's the full session VPOC migration, followed in hot pursuit by the RTH here, I would guess. They've only got to get a handful more contracts off there at about 69. 89. Bang. 3 contracts. 59.10 to 59.7. Pretty funny. Yeah, me too. Me too. There we go. Okay, here's Antonio. Get that VPOC migration, my brother. Well, no VPOC migration on this side of the fence. IB low, I mean. Sorry. Hey, buddy. Yeah, you want to get in the window? You want to? That was quite the pop. Anton, when we were talking about 911 the other day, and you had said you were working in the World Trade Center at that day, on that day, but that you got stuck in the tunnel on the way into work. Were you trading then, or I mean, I have no clue what, I'm sure a hell of a lot of stuff happened in the World Trade Center besides that, but yeah, I was just curious, thinking about it afterward. Look at these pops down. Well, that VPOC migration is just working right out. And none of my business either, by the way. But just curious. And this is the one that will work. Well, actually, there's two that worked here. Look at here. We got one right here, and it worked fine. And then we got this one, and now it's working out. And here comes the initial balance low for that statistic potential. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Look at there. Developing value area lows shifted down. These, not that it's been a signal yet, but these initial balance continuation trades always give me pause because they're essentially breakout trades usually, and I'm not particularly a big early on, or previously I actually had an error code for breakout or BO, right? Because of I always felt that when I took just out of pure discretion with no, before I was really focused on vetting specific setups with rules systematically, I used to just pretty much figure that if I took a breakout trade, it was a FOMO deal. So I had an error code for that actually in my old journal. And, not to put too fine a point on it, but that mean reversion right here off double band back up to the POC is 10 handles, right? And it ain't through yet. It hasn't hit a stop yet. Whether that means anything or not, I don't know. Oh, okay. Thanks. Just Okie dokie, baby. Well, the bottom line best part is you weren't there. Now, this, I guess, a case could be made for a VPOC migration. You know, this test backup. I just have had such bad luck with those. I'm spooked. It's, you know, straight up. No, no initial balance statistics yet. That's certainly not saying that's going to stick, but you know, just noticing that an hour in a minute, or in a handful of seconds. Of course, the minute I say that, it'll zoom down there and take the and hit the stat. Even if it does, and I get the signals, as I said earlier, intentionally earlier than at the moment, I am. I'll be real hard. I would be real hard pressed to take that. Oh yeah, no kidding. Oh well, and that's really great that nobody got hurt. Yeah, it's amazing how fate can intervene sometimes, isn't it? Some split second timing. Wow, close call. Up and down and up and down and up and down. Here we go. Looks like my disc jockeying career is in jeopardy here. I better figure that out. I think I will. All right. Thank you. Ooh, the boss is calling. That's always a good thing. That's a good thing. So, yeah, what do we got happening here around the horn? Well, it's, yeah, not much exciting here. News-wise, except as we all know, at any one of these points, there could be some random thing happen or be said that could have a big impact. So, hook in and hang on. And be sure that you've got your, are you going to run down here and take the stat this time? Yeah, looks like they did get it. I'm not seeing any A show up over here, though. That's kind of disappointing. And there's the signal. Why no flags? Do I have that off? Did I make a mistake here? No. Okay. Go figure, I don't know. Well, there should be an A signal right here. And then down into this one is a continuation for the B. Why it's not doing that, I have no freaking idea. I'm so tired of that shit stuff. Excuse my French. I mean, that the theory is as stated. You know, there's the signal, then continuation zone or pullback zone and trigger. It's real simple. Why in the hell didn't that do that? So that would be a B under normal circumstances. There you go. And then up to the trigger. And there's a trigger, and there's a short. And we'll see what happens. There's T1. So it's risk neutral now. And we'll see what happens to the rest of this merriness down here. Let me see something here. Am I doing? Yeah. Now, typically, I could, in theory, per my setup, I could trail this up to break even, which is entry.
Order submitted.
That's legitimate because T1 has been taken and we got some room below us. And I could actually trail it to T1 if I wanted to, but I'm kind of apprehensive about holding them so tight. Now I will trade to T1 or trail to T1.
Order submitted.
And let's see if we get T2 out of it. And then I can go have breakfast. Mom's out there growling at me.
Order submitted.
I hate those one tickers. See if we get it or not. That's pretty frustrating. Likely get taken out here on this trail. Oh, and my trail too tight. We'll see. Well, that's pretty freaking annoying when it gets down there within one tick, isn't it? One more push. Come on, girls. Everybody out. Everybody out of the car. Let's all get out and push now. Okay, there we go. T2. Let's see what I'm doing here. Oop. And now they'll probably sell it off, but I should have just closed it out, I guess, but always trying to get that extra tick. That should have been, it should have been 60 instead of 37. So that's poor trade management, I guess you could say. All right. I always, of course, it's such a double-edged sword to you know, like that, take a stop there when you're trailing them up. This was my stop, hasn't been invalidated, but, you know, it's spilt milk, and that's pretty stupid. I'm going to take a snap here. Just to put over there. And I'm going to step away for a sec here and see what kind of wonderfulness that boss has whooped up for me in the kitchen here. Hey, I have a good one, Anton. Thanks a lot. If I was clever, I would have just, I can keyboard out of them in a split second, you know, when it couldn't take that. But you never know. Never know. Yeah, I don't know how to convert a limit, or when I put a bracket in like that, I don't think there's a way I can convert it to. The only way I can make that, turn that into a market order, of course, is just to keyboard it. But got to be real sure that it's a OCO keyboard, because otherwise, if that's a, you know, for example, if there was a sell right here or a buy right here, and I keyboard out of the position here, and this doesn't cancel, then you got a buy sitting down there a tick. You could end up on the wrong way quick, I think. I've not tried that, but I'm going to do that in a replay and see what happens. That's what I think would happen. Oops, microphone on. Yeah, I am, here's an example of everybody who says don't ever move your stuff at our trail. There's the stop, and there's as close as we got, and there's T2. Okay. I think, in my opinion, my mistake was not just keyboarding out quickly down here, but as I said before, I have to understand completely the ramifications of doing that. I guess the thing to do, rather than keyboard, would be close and cancel as quickly as possible. Or cancel and close. That's another. Then you're never in trouble. That would be the right sequence, I believe. Okay, what's going on now? Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. For anybody that's not normally here or familiar, this is my virtual trading journal. As you can see, I trade live, funded account with AMP Futures here on Bookmap. Right there is a perfect example. And if you want to see all the details about that, there you go. Where did it go? Hold on, I didn't mean to do that. Oop. Oh, yeah, I gotta fix this. I forgot. I have this usually configured differently so that I can display it better. There we go. I forgot about the rollover. Sorry about that. The new contract. There you go. So there you are. There's everything about that trade to the millisecond, and the prices and the P&Ls and the this and the that and something else. And that's how I typically do screenshots and things for the journal. This is the live trade. It's very simple. You know, Bookmap is quite nice. I appreciate the way they plot trades. There's the entry, stop, T1, T2. Now I trailed the stop up on T1 and T2 and got taken out right there. And so, you know, I was pretty disappointed it didn't take one more tick down there. Now we've come back through it, so there you go. This is a live funded account with AMP Futures funded by me. So there you are. Boop. Actually, I'll make that screen snap for the
Order submitted.
journal upload right now, to be honest about it. To be honest about it. And of course, there's all the trade data right there. All right, there we go. Chart. My volume, no, not me. Huh. Okay, Mom, coming right there. Ooh, boy. These values here are these dotted red lines, magenta, whatever. these boys here, these are standard deviation from VWAP. That's a 2 standard deviation band, and this is a 1 from here. Colleague and Anton here keeps an eye on those, and they seem to have a great. I mean, I understand they have great significance for like mean errors and stuff. Here's a look at all the times that they have some impact. But be careful not to be taken in by confirmation bias. Can be really a whole lot of no good. Look at that. Just like what I mean by confirmational biases. For example, look at how this level is so providing such support and then resistance, and that's just complete BS. These are just levels that I put on here out of pure okay, I'm going to try this, I'm going to try there's the IB. I'm going to try 3 to 5 points for the pullback zone or for the continuation zone and see. Absolutely no kind of statistical significance or well-known significance or anything, but it's phenomenal to me how many times these different levels that I've just put on here arbitrarily could be interpreted to have some significance. So be really careful of that. And I attribute it all to the human's phenomenal ability to see patterns and confirmational bias, what I think. And that's all attributed to our best friend Monkey Boy, which is our DNA and our neural pathways have been evolving for an awful long time, and it's those things that kept us alive years ago in the savannah. Risk aversion and wanting to be right and that kind of thing probably don't serve us very well today. We also have as humans, we have a really overactive ability to see patterns, whether they are there or exist or not. That's part of the thing that happens to a lot of traders, that when they succumb to boredom and over trading, is they start seeing stuff, there or not. Got to be really aware of that. In my opinion, we're never going to get over those kinds of monkey boy things, FOMO and fear of missing out, which is fear of missing out and desire to be right and all that stuff, because it's cooked into us, So I don't think we're ever going to get rid of that. But what I try to do, just my approach, is to be real aware of it. And when I, recognize myself, that adrenaline is zooming around in there, monkey boy's whispering in my ear, I'll go, let's trade, I just tell him to go out in the backyard and play. And I, above all, don't act on it. Don't click that mouse. I don't know. It's just my approach. This is just so irritating. Look at that, one flippin' tick. So that would be a classic example of being a dick for a tick. I should have just hit it, and that would have been that. I'm real excited to get on this thing and replay and see how the correct way to go about that. I believe the correct way to go about it with minimal risk would be to cancel and then close. Because if you closed first, right here, say, and it didn't cancel these orders, these OCOs, then And it would not, because these are not I don't think it would, because these are not, that would not be part of an OCO. Then you would stand the danger or the risk of having this buy instantly activated. Of course it wasn't, because it never got there, but you know what I mean? I guess. Just thinking out loud here. Hey, Panda, what are you doing? Huh? Is it time for a nap? Okay, let's go check. I hope I wasn't muted that last little bit, but that was the most important thing I ever said about training, so I hope I wasn't muted. Most important tip that guaranteed guaranteed always winner. Okay, I'm gonna step away for the news events and get my eyes a little bit of a rest, and I'll be back. Music's up. I'd say it's that time of day I'm not crazy about. Well, what happened? Anything exciting? It looks like a whole lot of nothing. Am I wrong? Yeah, they're just hammering it around back in the same old, though. Yeah, that's for sure. I guess I got in and out of that IB short or continuation pretty lucky. I refer to these days as retail soup, boy, because you can just imagine all the people that are jumping in that blunt and that grinder, boy. Ooh. And on top of the price action, because they're bored and there's nothing standing out, you know, they're making up patterns and forcing trades, and boy, that's a real bad place to be. what's going on in the tomorrow's going to be a big day for numbers. I think I said that earlier, but I Okay. There you go. Yeah, this is pretty bad news here. Yeah, this is a good time to go out for a walk or something. These are not very profitable or target-rich environments, that's for sure. Or at least that I see, anyway. Pretty funny here. This thing, this is the initial balance rate, and it's our system, and it didn't take the trade which I did. But it's just trading up a storm along here. So that's ridiculous. One thing to note about this indicator here that shows these trades and stuff, and it was written by Chad Payne a long time ago, and it does not deal with multiple targets. So each one of these zeros here has a T1 that's been achieved, 12 ticks, and then it scales, or it trails up to entry. That's why they're zeros. But in reality, they're not. They each have 12 ticks, and this one, conversely, if I'm not mistaken, should be 24 ticks, minus 24 ticks. Just looking at that, but it's funny that the trade I took, which is went almost to T2 here, got right there and didn't catch it, and then came back up, and I took it up, I think here, manually. Isn't shown here. Best laid plans of mice and men, right? This is exactly why I contain this system inside of the simulated world of IRT, because obviously I'm lacking something in the send this stuff out to trade the real world skills. But fine for learning, no question about it. Over here, wrong one. Over here we had a big loser. This one is only coded up for a continuation trade, not a failure or a fade. I have both, but you know, how would you decide that in advance of a trading day? How the hell would you know? That's kind of like the rearview mirror trading guys on the internet, or YouTube, that just knew what was going to happen in all these places. yeah, this is really the type of market that's, like I said, they may just make retail soup. You know, you can imagine all those poor guys that can't stop clicking the mouse. Very, very, obviously whoever's, the higher time frame guys are making money, but for me, no. Same. Whew. That breath of squash. These kind of days always remind me of JP, that ex-local guy that I ended up in his, a room, I guess you could call it. It's before the days of all this stuff, when you had WebEx or whatever, about market profile. And he was talking more specifically about Friday, but he said, he had the same idea about not trading much after. Rarely seeing opportunities after lunch or after 12. He said, on the floor, typically the only people that were out on the floor after lunch hour was a bunch of guys that were all in the hole and trying to pick each other's pockets. To try to come get lessen the loss, shall we say. Now, I have no clue, I was never there, but it sounded reasonable. Yeah, that's for sure. Well, I just took the one, as you know. At whatever the hell it was. 10 something or another. About 10:35. There's that IBF or IBC trade. Well, I watch for the high and low volume nodes, but more specifically, I watch for the POCs, which are derived from the volume profile. I mean, these. Where am I? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, these POCs here and these levels are all generated from the market or from the volume profile within IRT. Well, all of the session prices are from within IRT, and the POC and the VWAP and that stuff are calculated off the well, not the VWAP, sorry, but the market or the POCs are calculated off the volume profile and bookmap. Let me show you something here. In IRT, these are the session prices, this is what I share and push to share with everybody, and what I also use internally that you see over there on bookmap. So obviously the highs and lows and all of that, but the POCs and that kind of thing are part of the volume profile. Not all of them, actually. Most of them. There's a lot of them. RTH close and open. And the Globex VWAPs aren't. So what's really volume profile-ish are the and of the high and low volume nodes are also. And those do have quite a bit of relevance, I think, as do the, more than once I've talked about. I guess I'm stumbling because I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure. Good question. These high value volume nodes or consolidations or whatever, the high volume nodes and low volume nodes, that kind of thing. Beats the hell out of me. I do think it has a lot more relevance, at least in my decision making, maybe peripherally, than these volume bars at the bottom. Unless I see a giant, something like that giant spike up. Like over here, for example, this would draw my attention. Do you use it? I'm not. Yeah, it's available in your package. If I remember reading that right. I also noticed that I like the fact you could, assuming you like that software, the SAT, you can buy a lifetime license, so it's not one of those things where you're locked in for life, like IRT is. They have no plans to ever make a license for it. And I don't think Spirichart does either. Like the initial balance statistic has nothing to do with volume profile, really, as far as the rules and stuff go. A funny story about, well, you're a tasty Tasty Live guy, trader. So obviously you're familiar with Tom Sosnoff. He had a funny story that I heard him tell live, so I believe this to be the truth. When they decided they'd develop Thinkorswim, he and his partner, whose name evades me now, it's not Batista actually, it's the new guy that's with him on Dog, whatever the new dog thing is that they have, the new show. Carl, maybe, or I forget. Anyway, they're the two partners that really built Thinkorswim and then built Tasty Trade. Tony Batista wasn't part of it, I guess. Maybe was a portion or something. But anyway, I used to always think it was Tom Sosnoff and Tony Batista, but it's not. So he tells a story that they got busy and built all this platform and everything like that, and they started to roll it out, and people were going, where's the charts? He and his partner had been market makers on the floor forever and had made all this money, and they had built this entire platform, and there was no charting because they were used to only trading off a dome or price level. And so he reached out to a guy he knew quickly in California that was developing a charting package, and they leased it from him for a period of time until they could get a package built for Thinkorswim. And he actually tells that story himself. They had no idea that people use charts. And the floor guys never used charts either, of course. The locals, there were no charts around there anywhere. Pretty funny story, huh? Well, yeah, I mean, I suppose it's one of those habits I've gotten into watching. Like right now, I would be expecting this market to break up or down, more likely down because of the volume profile here. If I didn't see that, I can't do really, I don't know how I could do that. If I couldn't really see the volume profile, I can't do it that way. Never mind. You get the message, right? You get the point. If I couldn't really see the volume profile, I'm not sure how much handy that would be for me. Like the delta here, I don't really watch the delta much. I had it up once before. I think it's important, but I don't find myself looking at it much. I see this, and it looks like a lot of sell delta down here and a lot of buy delta through the middle. I'm not sure if I'm using that data right or wrong, or it has any impact, But then again, I'm not the guy that's making buttloads of money. Rod makes a lot of money trading, and he typically trades off the levels and the high and low volume nodes a lot. And I believe they correlate those here because they'll talk about chart, low volume node, and then there's the higher time frame, which is what I push over here. These over here are from my micro composite. These high and low volume nodes are from my micro composite chart. But they'll talk, for example, they'll put something, there's, price here is 75 is a C HVN, which would be this, or LVN is a big one. They talk about frequently. So I don't know how I'm sure there would be no way to see that unless you were looking at, you could use just the numbers without the profile, I guess, but numbers don't do me any good because I'm dyslexic, and that's why I can't do a dome very well. I just have, it just looks like soup pretty quick. Yeah, I was pretty shocked too, and I wouldn't normally say that. I wouldn't pass that along if I hadn't heard it right out of his mouth. And he made a comment subsequently to that. I don't know, some months later, I just was listening to them. And when they were doing the trading and stuff on the Tasty Live and all that stuff all the time, he said, no, we don't have any charts here at all. They're just looking at the levels and prices. And I'm not familiar with that platform, so I don't even know how the whole thing works. But I did use Thinkorswim. I have a Schwab account from long ago, and they, ended up buying Thinkorswim, and but I only approached it from a point of view of futures, and tried to make it, a charting system like this. Told another funny story about Thinkorswim. I'm not sure who bought it first. It wasn't Schwab. It was TD Ameritrade, maybe, that bought Thinkorswim from them first. And then I think TD was taken over by Schwab. I think that's how it went. He also made a comment that because of selling it to them, part of the deal was he had come along to kind of be a front man for a few months or something like that, and had gotten to know the CEO of it. And at one point they had gone out to dinner or something like that, and it came around in the subject. They had paid him they sold Thinkorswim for $1 billion+, and come around to the fact that basically that the CEO had no idea what the platform did or even looked like. Had never looked at it or didn't even really know what it was about. But they'd paid those guys $1 billion to buy it. Simply looking at the numbers. And had no interest to ever look at the platform or see what it did. Again, according to Tom Sosnoff. Well, let's see. Oh, it's power hour time, huh? Okay, well, in that case, then I'll do my usual thing here for any other people that are new to this stream. Welcome, first of all, and thanks. Thumbs up, subscribe. That's great. No, I'm not monetized by YouTube, so things are great, and obviously contribute in the chat's really, really good. And okay, yeah, I didn't know anything about. I have not looked at them, like I said. Drop something in the chat. So the way I approach the trading this market is from the point of view that it is a random environment, and therefore trying to predict where it's going to go is maybe not the best thing you could do. And you must, I believe, recognize that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. It's basically like a coin flip. This thing is only going to go up or down. So the way to approach it, according to those who are the most successful at this, like, Jim Simmons and guys like that have made billions, literally, and Tom Sosnoff that we were just talking about, it's approach it from a point of view of probabilities, occurrences, and the law of large numbers. And what all that means is you identify a pattern that happens relatively frequently. Obviously, you don't want to pick a strategy that happens once every 2 years. That wouldn't work out very well. In my case, I chose to start with the initial balance highs and lows because that stat happens every day. And then you identify the parameters that you believe or you determine validate an entry for that and all the other conditions around it. And then you backtest that strategy with those parameters to determine if it's got a positive edge or expectancy, or not. And if it does, then in the real market, the live market, you take that trade every time it presents itself. And you're leaning on the law of large numbers to manifest that edge to your account. And it's the exact business model of a casino. They play no game on the casino floor that they have not predetermined has an edge and very specific rules. They put it on the casino floor, and their only mission in life is to play that game as many times as they can in 24 hours. That's why, in my opinion, that's why there's no emotion. They don't care. They know gamblers are going to win. They know gamblers are going to lose. And they know that at the end of the day, that edge or that expectancy will manifest to the house account. Makes sense to me. So that's what I'm trying to do. And the way I go about that is, in this case, these are the rules that I've worked out. And let me say something about this stream. It's my virtual journal, and it is no way intended to be or in any way my way or the highway. This is what I'm doing now, and I'm really open to suggestions. Anton has a lot of good feedback, and I really appreciate that. If somebody comes in here and says, hey, dummy, you're all upside down, do this and this and this and give this a try, and it works out good, I'm all happy about that. I'm certainly not, this is not anything I'm trying to, prove my masculinity or my prowess on, right? So back to the identifying and vetting a trade, which is you come up with the rules that you figure are going to validate the trade, and then you backtest it over a statistically significant data set. And that means enough data to be outside the probability of random distribution. If you flip a coin 10 times, everybody knows a coin's 50-50. Flip a coin 10 times. Is anybody surprised that you have more I forgot something there. There we go. That you have more heads than tails, for example. No. Well, that's random distribution. So you want to have a data set large enough to be outside of that possibility so that you can say, yes, this has an expectancy of blah, 10 ticks or whatever it is, And at that point, you and then you must backtest it. And what I came up with, or what I quickly realized, this system only has 3 rules. There's right here an A, a B, and a trigger. I mean, they're not, and these are in succession, right? So there's an A and a B and a trigger. That's all. Well, but they're specific. Is the open above the IB and is the close below the IB, for example? Does the B trigger fall within the continuation zone? Or, if it goes all the way through it, does that invalidate that signal? Those kind of things. Well, you've got to collect your statistically significant data set exactly as the rules are written. Otherwise, those instances which don't meet the exact specifications cannot be included in the data set. So you can do a lot of work and effort, but if you're sloppy, you don't have anything more than when you started. This is all my opinion again. And, based on statistics practices. So I leaned on backtesting with the system. Unfortunately, IRT has got a backtest engine and a relatively robust system for setting that up, and this is it. Now, I want to backtest this system, so I'm going to set up the backtest. And there's a contract, and there's there's the instrument, there's 2 contracts, there's the session. I want to backtest 500 days. And these are the reports I want to see. Imagine how long it would take you to scroll back through this crap like this. This chart actually developed because I started just using the chart. Rod said, "Oh, just scroll back through the chart. You can see, you can pick those. That's how I backtest stuff." So I started trying to do that. And I thought, there's no freaking way I'm going to be able to do that with any kind of accuracy. So I coded these indicators, and that's all these are, is just indicators coded in this little chart, so that I could kind of identify, is this happening when and where I think it should or it's supposed to for the system. And then I realized even that was ridiculous to try to go back 500 days. So let's just see how long it takes the computer. And there you are. It took this computer 9 seconds to run through each one of these rules and validate them over every 1 minute bar, which is 223,525 bars in 498 days. And this would be the profit, and this is the daily average expectancy and the daily adverse expectancy. You can go over here. And here are all of the trades again, 880 trades, 538 of them were winners, 3147. And the reason this is not $75 or whatever like usual is because I'm at T1, it trails the stop to entry. So this is about what you're going to get, an average. And then this is this is the average loss or stop. There's 41 consecutive winners and 5 consecutive losers. Stand by one. And here's the last report, which is pretty important. This is each and every one of 880 trades with specific entry, title for the rule, and the exit types and the result for every one of them. You can go back through each and every trade and make sure that everything's working the way you wanted it to. That's the way I believe you need to backtest something in order to find out if you really have an edge. In other words, that's to say you've got a vetted trade or, oh, that's a vetted trade, that's one thing. To say, if I say I have a vetted trade, it's because I've done this procedure and I believe this is what you have to do to actually vet a trade. Otherwise, I heard somebody on YouTube say, I backtested a whole week. Jesus, Christopher Christ, that's 6 trades or 7, right? And didn't do it. Did it by just scrolling back and looking through the week. So hey, whatever works again. And if I'm missing something really important about backtesting, please throw something in the I can change all of that pretty easily with right here. Sorry, right here. So there's the stop, there's T1, there's T2, there's a trigger or not. I can change these values to have it do whatever, if you want to see that, no problem. T1 is 12 ticks. Now, obviously, I'm going to set this way high because we're not going to scale at 12 ticks because we're not going to be in the market anymore. So with that, and you can actually even see what, you can see what happens with these over here. When I save this, it happens pretty much real time. Let me make sure that's all okay. Go away. Toolbar. Here. Modify a rule. And save. There you go. That's the effect that would have by just getting all out at T1 on these ones. Now take it to the next level and backtest it. It was about 15 grand and 880 trades. I should have saved that. Oops. Well, shoot me. So it's $1,293. It's many more trades by about 100, less than 100, about 70. And of course, average daily adverse expectancy is higher than I imagined. Something's crazy there. I'm not sure what. Oh, a lot more stops, I guess. Yeah, and I do all of this stuff, and I'll show you how I keep track of those things. So here's it's 1-to-1, right? So there you are. It's a 30.72 average winning trade, and 29.67 is average losing trade, and it's a 1-to-1 relationship, 72% win rate. 17 max or consecutive winners and 6 consecutive losers. There you go. And that's a good question. Thanks. And Anton, and let me show you the next step here that I do is this. Each one of these lines is a back test. This is only the MES because I filtered out the ES, which is up above it from before. Now, you can see where I've done many different things here. Like this is a scale to break even. This is a scale to entry. This is a scale to T1. I've done stuff up here where 16. Somebody said something about, well, this Carmine guy has an 8% win rate and this, that, and something else. Yeah, if you use a 2-tick stop and a 16-tick target, you can get those kinds of numbers. You can get an 8 or 9% R factor, and that's how I do all those different ideas here. Here's a 96 and a 36 and a 60 and a 36 and a 36 evens with no, but all in, all out at 36, and of course no scale, and then all in, all out at 36, but a trail at 18 to 12 ticks. It can be pretty widely done. And I did it for a second there because I stepped out of the room, but I'm back, so yeah. Or maybe it's dropping frames. Let me see. It dropped through 316 frames. I guess that's internet issues here. I don't know. So these are the back tests, and this is the way I do them. And then I'm able to tell win rate, loss rate, expectancy, R value, and, consecutive winners, losers, all that kind of stuff. And I believe that this is the way you can have a vetted trade, really. And with those variations here, and I've done some volume average and ATR, and, when I started doing this, I wasn't thinking how many variations there could be on the theme. But there you go. And that's how I go about the backtest story, how this came about. And what I'm doing now is testing these things over here, like I was talking about earlier today, and backtesting and playing with various parameters to backtest them and then see how they work out, and then start working those into the system, because quite clearly you got to have more than one vetted setup. I mean, you don't go hunting with one bullet in the gun. I don't think, especially when it is based around a common level like the initial balance high and low. So that's what I'm trying to develop now. Well, I think it's the only way you can vet a trade. It's from what I know about statistics and probabilities, you know, it's the only way you can approach it. Otherwise, it's not. That's what kind of irritates me when I hear, you know, it's a structured trade and that's vetted trade. Yeah, I did just vet a trade. Did you really? Yeah. I mean, because I put a lot of work into doing that, and I'm not sure you did that. I'm not saying anything bad about anybody or that I'm not happy that they're making money and doing their trades right, but I think it's misleading to people who don't understand the work that could go into it, that when people say stuff like that. So, yeah, there you go. Okay, so we're going to do the market recap, the bottom of the hour. That's it for backtesting, basically. What I'm doing on these is just out of, here's the fade, and here's my version of the opening range. I started seeing all these people doing these opening range things, or orbs and all this crap. And it struck me, you know, somebody has got to be genuine putting those things out that really has something that they're trying to share that help people, not just help themselves. And boy, I haven't really found anything yet coded up exactly as they put forward that actually works. Now, the one that's in there now is quite a bit different than most of them, because instead of those, you know, setting the stop loss and the T1 and the T2, this uses percentages based on the opening range here. So in other words, once the let me see if I can explain this clearly here. Get some candles over here. So if the low and the open are within the opening range and the close is above the opening range or outside the opening range, that would be a breakout in this sense to the top. It's a 5-minute opening range. Now, nothing. Aha. If we have an open outside the opening range or the upper opening range, wick into the range and close back outside the range, that is this very specifically the trigger from this guy, and hence the T. Well, the stop is at the mid of the opening range, and then the targets are basically equal. So it's equal to the risk. So it's 1R and 2R would be the stop. And that's done with percentages over here. So it's a little different than normal. But here you go. There's this is 49 days. Okay, so this is I was doing this last night or this morning. This is looking back at 49 days. This so far this year. There's 45 trades. That makes sense because it's one trade a day, basically, no more than that. And there's $1,800. There's a maximum favorable excursion of $350 and maximum adverse of $155. So right away you got to sit up and take notice, because remember, these are micros. So $155 is a buttload of points in a micro. And that's one of the problems with this wide range, is because you remember that these ranges here, this is a 6802 to 83. So this is a 20-point opening range right here today. Well, it's up here somewhere. It's 19.5 opening range. Well, that's times 4. Huh? That's how many ticks that is. So you got to make sure you got your risk figured out. And then there's 22 of the 45 trades. There's 22 winners at $1.40 average, 23 losers at 55.82 average, 3 consecutive winners and 4 consecutive losers. So, and it made $1,800 in 45 days. Average daily profit of $36.90. That's how I test them and see if I think they have any validity or not. Okay, a couple of minutes. We'll do the market recap and then the market on close orders at market on close imbalance. Sorry, at 1450, and then shut this hootenanny down at the top of the hour. Any questions, or anybody's got a suggestion about a strategy to backtest, or knows a good way to backtest, or I'm doing something wrong? Speak up. That would be a, as I tried to, I hope I conveyed, this is not my way or the highway. This is, I'm all ears to learn something new and find out, the purpose is to become, my purpose here is to develop and have a consistently profitable trading business to support myself and my family. And if I can help myself, of course, and or anybody else at the same, that's great. I would be really happy about that. That's the goal. And I promise I won't show you my wrapped Lambo. Oh, okay. If you beg, I will. But, yeah, but only behind the paywall. So, yeah, that's where I'm at and what I'm doing. And now I have this opening range trade vetted every which way but loose. All of these, you notice that all of this crap is all opening range. Every one of these are different ideas and different configurations and stuff. And then as I change rules, I mark what the rule was and what I changed it to, so that I can try to keep a running idea of changes. And another thing about backtesting, just FYI, the only way you can systematically do this process, as I understand it, if right now, today, we decide that, well, if you do pick one, if you don't care if it wicks in, the whole body can go in for the trigger. Okay, that's a significant change. The only way that I notice to systematically do this is to run a backtest as it is now, make that one change, and then run the backtest again over the same data. If it's a significant or a noticeable improvement, decide whether I want to incorporate that change into the system. Oh, and that's something else I forgot to mention too, which I think is really important. Not, kind of embarrassing, but important to, is the sizing. I am not just going to size up from micros to minis or vice versa willy-nilly. It's systematic. The idea is that I will, based on a 2-lot risk-neutral package for both micro and mini, I'll trade micros until there's 1.33 times a full risk-neutral package to stop on the mini, and then it'll automatically size up. And I keep track of every trade. So that's how that goes. Or vice versa. Or size back down immediately if that's the case. So that's out. And we're going to have the, okay, we can do the market on close, I guess, now. Oh, man. Anyway, so here we are for the day. What a chop fest and just an extravaganza. You can imagine all the people that got hammered from, what is that, 1047 until now? Jesus. That's not a pretty picture. We did open gap up, but just by a couple of points, and that didn't last very long. we have pretty thoroughly gone over the IRT charting. They're just something, if you're new, on any of my IRT charts, the header of each chart shows you the chart name, which is meaningless, but the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So there should be no question. These are Rankos. This is the micro ES. This is the micro NQ. This is the mini ES market profile. I don't switch it back and forth between micro and mini. I don't see a need. And this is my high time frame micro ES micro composite chart. I also plot the same stuff here for the minis, same exact setup. Since I'm trading minis, here we are. So this is the higher time frame chart, and it is real simple. Daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them. That generates a micro composite VPOC and these high and low volume nodes, which push automatically to bookmap. Now, tonight at the close, at the cutover, I'll include this, extend this volume profile to incorporate today because it overlaps. I did not do that here because they didn't overlap. Real simple. And I'm sure there's all kind of complicated ways and great arguments for what I'm doing wrong, but you know, it may be wrong, but it's consistent. So there you go. Volume is great across the board on the new contracts now. A little skimpy on the NQ though. It's kind of surprising. Look at that, 443,000 NQ mini contracts traded and 1,280,000 or 1.28 million micro NQs. Wow, has that ever been adopted by the retail crowd, huh? Holy smokes. What do we got for volume here and whatnot? Still pretty. This is looking back over 20 days, so I suppose it's probably going to be screwy until we get fully into the new contract. And also, the last few days was real high volume. Now we're down. This is ATR over 1 minute, so that should be accurate. And these session prices also push to bookmap. That's what's over here. And if you could use those session prices, I share them openly, no problem. Just let me know and I'll hook you up with a link. I start pushing them at 1700 on Sunday night through 1600 on Friday, continuous 24 hours. There you go. All right, let's see what kind of skullduggery these guys are up to. Where am I? Here we go. Okay, if you don't know, this is investing.com, which is my go-to original news feed. I like the presentation of it to screen snap and put in Discord or wherever, especially. And I like the fact that they focus on and track the traditional economic calendar. You can filter it any way you want. This is important now. Tomorrow we've got CPI, PPI, and non-farm or FOMC interest rate decision. So tomorrow is going to be jumbo numbers day. In my particular case, the margin rates will raise at 1700 tonight when the ETH opens. The margin rate will be up to 25% of nominal. So instead of, $400 for a mini, it would cost you about $6,000 margin to be able to trade a one lot. And that starts at 1700 tonight, all the way through the rate decision and a little past. So I'm going to be kind of disappointed here. Tomorrow morning. But there we have it. We're in earnings seasons, but not much anything to worry about. And the other news source that I use is Financial Juice. The reason for this is it has kind of a squawk box idea going on over here, and they do something that investing.com doesn't do, which is pull this kind of thing into their calendar. May or may not have any impact, but at least we know, we have a heads up to know there could be a market disruption of some sort happening, because that's because of history. You know, it's a fact. It's not political. It's just a fact that more than once there's been a huge impact on our auction based on some tweet or some offhand comment. So I'm really, really pleased to know when these kind of things are going to be, are scheduled tentatively. And again, it's nothing political. It's just the fact that we're risk managers, really, as traders, because our primary job is to maintain our account. The only way you can do that is manage your risk. The only way you can manage risk is to have a risk mitigation plan, i.e., you better know what risks are coming, or a potential risk. So there you go. And over here is where we'll have the market on close and balance orders at 1450. So we know tomorrow's going to be a big numbers day. Fed rate, CPI, PPI. There's only 4 numbers that they raise the intraday margins that high on, and the fourth one is the non-farm payroll. So that would never be involved with those others, because it's the first Friday of every month. So that's 7:30 in the morning. So there you go. That's about all I got to think about at the moment. Do you know what? I'm not sure. Do you know? I don't know what you're asking there, Anton. Did I do something goofy or something? I'm not getting the last comment there. The asterisk, do you know? So I'm not sure what that's about. But anyway. I won't restart the music for now. I guess it's going to matter for the next 10 minutes, 20 minutes. So there we are. And what we'll do now is keep an eye on Bookmap over here and see if we get a pop. They're just banging under this IB low. I would suppose maybe there's going to be a sell-off tonight. I don't know. It's just a wild guess. About muting? Well, I made an example of the changing the all in, all out to T1, and I did not mute myself. I did step away for a minute to go get some water, but I didn't mute myself. See over here on OBS that there's 316 drop frames. I'm not even really sure what the hell that means, but I'm not sure at what point that happened. But no, I didn't mute myself at this point. Oh, I got it now. I see what you're doing. I forgot. Yeah, my daughter told me about, Dad, you use the asterisks when you want to correct something. Sorry about that. Football. This is why, they say hire the old guys. They're fun to watch. Oops. I didn't think about that. Yeah. So, okay, 8 minutes or so till the market on close and balance. I guess the when is the next? So 6:20 is the hootenanny. The Shamrock Bowl presentation. Whatever exactly that means, I'm sure it's got something to do with all of this Irish stuff today. We must be having St. Patrick's Day here pretty quick. The White House sent a letter on possible DHS changes. Punch bowl. Okay. What I heard, some Rand Paul, maybe, a Republican, that the offer has been made to fund DHS, so all these folks at the airports and all of that stuff don't have any problem with, security or their paychecks or any of those things. But to review specifically the funding for ICE and whatever else it was, the other one, big, that's such a, been such controversy, which makes pretty good sense to me. But apparently that was rejected by some of the GOP side. I don't know, because I try to stay away from as much of that junk as I can, because I just get mad. But that's what I heard, so we'll see. And all those chips that were we couldn't sell to China for national security, apparently that's okay now that they get a commission. I guess, I don't know, man. It's just too crazy. Too crazy. Oh yeah, I know Edgeful. I was one of the founding, what do you call them, at Edgeful, the grandfathered in ones. I had like a $12 or $15 or something like that subscription, but I let it drop because I found myself never using it. And they don't do things. Yes, I know the program very well. I haven't looked at it in a while now. It's been several months since I dropped my grandfather thing, but it's more of a statistics platform, like I often see posted by Rod, for example. 85% of the time, Price will revisit the VPOC after it's migrated above the IB high, for example. And that could be meaningful, but that's, in my opinion, that's not vetting a trade. Vetting a trade is having a specific setup, which may include those rules, and then running a back test on that. But yeah, I know Edgeful. Something's pretty goofy here because I don't see any conversation about Edgeful in the text that I'm looking at. Maybe I'm upside down. I don't know. Or I'm not doing something right, obviously. Yeah, I was grandfathered in on that thing. I think it was $15 or something like that a month I had, and I believe it's a lot more expensive now. And I'm sure I couldn't get my grandfather back status back in if I went back there. But that's what I found out about it was pretty vague, and it didn't give me any specific trading. Maybe it's just my interpretation, but it didn't give me any specific trading edge that I could lean on systematically, if you know what I mean. But yeah, good idea. That one guy is the front man, and then the guy behind him is an ex-Amazon whatever they call it, Amazon code guy, I guess, and good for them, yeah. Making money hand over fist, I would suppose. And that's all it's about, isn't it? Coming up now, that's the way to really make. Those are the kind of people that I actually admire about the trading space, are the people that figure out a way to make a living, make a good living without the risk of trading. You know, those guys have no downside risk. They're selling annual recurring revenue, member subscription thing. That's pretty clever. Same way with, platform people have a lot, software platform people, they have a lot more development costs and stuff, or of course the prop firm thing, that's got to be talk about a bird nest or golden goose on the ground. That amazing. I got to see why I don't see anything about Edgeful up here. Huh. Yeah, that above message doesn't say anything about Edgeful that I see. Let me see if I can do something about that. No, I can't. Maybe I need to make this thing minor, no? No. Oh, that's weird. I don't see anything. But yeah, I know it very well. Yeah, there was, I think Furs or somebody was real excited about Edgeful in the TLab. I remember after I didn't post much about it in there, but I had gotten onto it real quick because at that time I was busy trying to find some sort of a platform or a way to do this backtesting without all this frickin' work, and also without having to teach myself coding languages that I didn't know. There we go for the market imbalance here. Sorry, I'm busy babbling. No real movement at all on the price, if you notice. And there's the imbalance. We got 448 million buy side. NAS 100 is 205 million. Dow 30 is 212, and the Mag 7 is 40 million, all buy side. So there you go. And I've got to really look into that because those numbers are all over the board, and I don't ever seem to see any real impact. So I have to figure it out. Anyway, and I looked at Quant Connect. That's a real robust, professionally put together system where you can do your real in-depth backtesting and also trading, all based on Python, way over my skill set. I taught myself a bit of Python with Anaconda, through Anaconda, and then I was able to use backtest.py and another one of the platforms in there that I saw videos about and learned how to use a little bit. I was able to pull the data out of IRT, the futures data, and then bring it into the platform, into Python, and set up the parameters and the basically the 2-lot risk neutral scale and all that kind of stuff, and code up some kind of cursor, the trade management piece, and code up a cursory. Where I got hung up was on the entry the important bits, right? The entry strategy and all of that kind of thing, figuring out how to do that exactly. And then I discovered that the results I was getting in the charts looked all crazy. So I couldn't figure out exactly what was the deal there. And I actually reached out to the guy who wrote that particular backtesting. And he said, no, that's for either stocks or crypto. It won't work for futures. And the big kicker for anything you do like that, if you're thinking about it for futures, is make sure it works for futures, because the function of ticks and points is a big deal, and most of those guys who are coding that stuff don't want to mess with it. And that's when I just turned around and figured, okay, I'll put my head down and figure out how to get IRT up to where I need it to be as far as their backtest engine, and it's proven to be the simplest route for me to go. What I see, the question above, the question that I see above, do you know? You did a lot of research. That's great. I hear you now. Did you mute yourself? How will your stats look if you exit full position at T1? And then above that is when they rolled out Tasty's rate. I really don't see anything in this chat dialogue about Edgeful. But anyway, I'm sorry about that. And where are we here? Well, 5 minutes. We're going to be done with this hootenanny here. No big trades. Yeah, I'm real disappointed that I couldn't find that those large lot trackers and that stuff in. There is an alert. I think I can show you that maybe. Oop, I don't want to do that. Let me just get rid of that real quick like a bunny. Or I shoot myself in the foot and do some, get clicking around here being extravagant and then hose myself right away. Large trade alerts. This puts an audio alert when a trade happens of a size you set, but it doesn't do anything on the chart. And large lot tracker is just, put something on the chart to do with liquidity that I can figure out. Oh, shit. Sorry about that. Wrong damn window. Oops. The large lot tracker here. This is the thing that'll, minimum percent in the order book or maximum percent in the order book. It'll put a thing on the chart, I guess. And this one is, which is what I was hoping it would be, is only an alert, and it doesn't put anything on the chart that I could find in the help over on book maps. What do you call them? And this wouldn't do me any good because I don't have any, the speakers here and stuff are quiet. This office, it's quiet. If I want to hear even the music, I need to put on a headset. So that's disappointing. I suppose we're so used to this high volatility and everything, but tomorrow's a big freaking day for numbers and the Fed interest rate, and I would suggest that probably it's not too far-fetched that these guys are waiting to see what happens, I guess. Okay, 2.5 minutes, and this bad boy is going to be shut down. Oh, I don't know. That would be interesting. I don't know why they would do that, but maybe. I never thought about that. I think you're right because I've tried to put a link in there. I think even I've tried to post a link for you guys to, and it doesn't want to know about that either. And I'm used to Discord. I was getting ready to say, well, geez, we post links and pictures in Discord. The football. This is not Discord. Yeah. Okay. That must be it. Yes, that must be it. As is. Pretty quick. This is it. Now, my end of the day speech every day. Be sure you remember that the most important piece of equipment you've got in your trading office is you. We spend all our time and money and everything on monitors and software and indicators and whatever else, and all that is useless paperweights if your eyes aren't taking the data in and your mind is not processing that data, and you use that to make financial decisions for yourself and your family. So take care of yourself. Be well rested. Be hydrated. If you're on emotional tilt, throw the mouse in the garbage can. Stay as fit as you can, wherever you are. If it's nothing more than stand up and do some body weight squats during the day. Get out and look down the street. Focus your eyes on the horizon so they get off this church for a little bit. There's a lot of ways you can do it, but I can't begin to tell you how important it is. And also, words from the old guy, from the boomer. The older you get, the easier it is to get out of shape and the harder it is to get back in it. So the better off you are if you just get a regiment or a regime that you follow that becomes part of your life. And there you go. That'd be a big help. This is a job that we can do. You can do this job until you fall over, as long as you're able to process the data. So it's really a phenomenal opportunity, I think, for a lot of people. Okay, that's 1500, boys and girls. There's 7 hours on the clock. I'll be back tomorrow morning at 800. The all those numbers that I've mentioned are going to be coming out at 7:30ish and all around, except for the Fed interest, which is at 1300. Mind if you're trading live and your broker does this sort of thing, AMP does, the interest rates will be, or the margin, the intraday margin will be going up, and that will be at 1700 tonight. So, yeah. There you go. Have a wonderful day. Get outside and do something. Chase mama around the block. Do some damn thing. Get your blood going. Yeah. Talk to you tomorrow, Anton. Get out there in Boca and do something fun. I don't know any place in Boca well enough to recommend, but it sounded like I knew what I was talking about, but you can go down to Mar-a-Lago and rub elbows with the big shots. All right, you everybody have a great night, and I am out of here.